Hello, travelers. Professor GreyTail here. I know that you have already learned much about our magical world, where good and evil intertwine their wands in an eternal dance. But I am certain I can still surprise you. Long before the boy who lived walked the stone corridors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a quieter chapter of the wizarding world simmered beneath moonlit clouds and whispered rumors. In those days, a young man of extraordinary brilliance and unsettling charm moved through the shadows of Borgin and Berks, a place where secrets clung to the air like dust. His name was Tom Riddle, and though he smiled like a scholar, his heart had already begun to tilt toward darker tides. He had heard the tale only as a scrap of legend, murmured by a nervous collector trading cursed trinkets. A spell script older than Hogwarts, written in jagged strokes upon enchanted parchment. It was said the script could bind life itself, halting death's approach, not by splitting the soul as with a Horcrux, but by commanding the forces of rebirth. Yet the script was incomplete, lacking the final lines. And for those lines, one ingredient was needed: ink brewed from the blood of a phoenix. The collector had laughed the rumor away, but Tom Riddle had not. A spark lit behind his dark eyes, an ambition fierce enough to burn through steel. For if such power truly existed, then he would claim it, perfect it, and ascend beyond the reach of any wizard alive. But such whispers drift farther than Nocturne Alley. High in his circular office, where silver instruments ticked and murmured among drifting motes of candlelight, Albus Dumbledore felt a disturbance. Though younger then, with auburn hair still streaked only lightly with gray, his insight was already deep as the roots of ancient forests. He noticed unusual movements in dark markets, inquiries into Phoenix lore, and the faint ripple of something older than mischief. Dumbledore paused beside the perch where his Phoenix companion, Fawkes, dozed in soft crimson light. "There is unrest, my friend," he whispered. Fawkes opened one luminous eye, a soft trill echoing like warm embers rising from a hearth. Phoenixes were rare, almost impossibly so in the wild. Fawkes himself was among the few known to wizards, but beyond him, whispered only in guarded texts, lived a wild phoenix far older, born before the founding of the school. Its blood, if ever spilled, held magic as ancient as the first dawn that touched the mountains of Scotland. It was this creature Tom sought. Night after night, Riddle studied forbidden maps, old testimonies, and records hidden even from Hogwarts librarians. He traced clues back to the Highlands, where jagged peaks pierced cold clouds and storms howled without wind. There, according to fractured accounts, the elder phoenix roosted once every century to renew its flames. Tom felt a thrill tighten his chest. He could almost taste the triumph. If he found the roost before Dumbledore uncovered his plans, he would gain a power no other dark wizard had ever mastered. Yet power rarely rests unguarded. On the winter evening when the story truly begins, Riddle stepped out of Borgin and Berks, cloak swirling like ink in the wind. He clutched a brittle parchment piece, one more fragment of the ancient script. It trembled as though sensing his intent. The streets of Nocturne Alley lay quiet, but shadows shifted with a wary rhythm. Tom ignored them. His mind weighed possibilities, pathways, and the one uncertainty he despised: Dumbledore. The professor had always watched him with too much knowing. Riddle could not risk interference. Far away in the quiet heart of Hogwarts, Dumbledore extinguished a floating candle and felt a cold ripple pass through the air. A choice was before him. If he did nothing, dark magic would rise. If he acted, he might face a student whose brilliance he once nurtured, and whose darkness he now feared. "Come, Fox," he murmured gently. "Something stirs in the mountains." And Tom Riddle walks toward it. The phoenix rose, glowing softly, its wings shedding faint sparks of gold that drifted like warm snow. The room brightened with hope and dread, for the conflict that would shape the years to come had awakened. Dumbledore must stop Riddle from finding the ancient phoenix and harvesting its blood for the forbidden spell script. And though neither wizard yet knew it, the path ahead would twist into secrets neither prophecy nor textbook had ever dared to reveal. The winter wind prowled through the Scottish Highlands like a hungry spirit, sweeping across the barren slopes and whispering through gnarled pines. Tom Riddle stood at the edge of a desolate ridge, the moon casting a pale sheen upon the icy stones at his feet. His cloak snapped behind him, and his breath curled in faint silver spirals. Before him lay the mountains where the ancient phoenix was said to wander, untouched land, scarred only by time and legend. Tom pressed the brittle parchment fragment against his palm. When he whispered the revealing charm, faint runes shimmered, aligning with the outline of the peaks before him. The script seemed almost eager, calling him deeper into the wilderness. He allowed himself a thin smile. Few wizards had the courage to chase such old magic. Fewer still understood the lengths to which he was willing to go. A distant cry broke through the wind, an echo, haunting and gentle, unlike any earthly creature. Tom's heart quickened. Phoenix song. But this voice was not that of the familiar companion who perched in the office of Albus Dumbledore. No, this was older, layered with centuries of memory, as if the mountains themselves had learned to sing. Tom advanced. The path narrowed, twisting between jagged rock faces. A thin stream glittered below, winding like a silver serpent. In the air, the scent of smoke drifted faintly, though no fire could be seen. He rounded a boulder and stopped. Something gleamed upon the ground, charred feathers, each tipped in gold. They pulsed faintly with warmth, resisting the cold around them. Tom bent to collect one, marveling at the resilience of the ember-like barbs. Even in death, or rather, in rebirth, a phoenix left behind pieces of its power. With a strand of whispered enchantments, he preserved the feather in a conjured glass vial. "Closer," he murmured. "Much closer." But he was not the only traveler crossing those lonely slopes. Far behind him, following a different path carved through the snow, Dumbledore moved steadily, his cloak glowing gently beneath the moonlight. Fawkes circled above in wide arcs, his wings scattering motes of red gold through the night. Unlike Tom, Dumbledore did not rely on parchment fragments or whispered rumors. He followed the phoenix's guidance, and Fawkes never hesitated. He knew the danger born from spilled phoenix blood, and he could sense the looming threat. Dumbledore's boots crunched in the snow as he paused to study the tree line ahead. A faint scorch mark marred one trunk, a reassurance that he was not mistaken. The wild phoenix was near, and so was the one seeking it with far darker intentions. "Steady," he whispered to Fawkes. "We must reach it before Tom does." Fawkes trilled softly, a sorrowful note woven into the sound. Dumbledore felt it too, the quiet plea of an ancient creature that desired only to live its eternal cycle, unchained by mortal greed. On the far side of the ridge, Tom crept deeper, guided by the pulse of phoenix magic. The air thickened with warmth, defying the winter's chill. Sparks drifted lazily through the sky, as if embers had taken flight. Snow hissed where they landed, melting into wisps of steam. The path opened into a hollow nestled between cliffs, and there, resting upon a nest of blackened stone, was the wild phoenix. Tom inhaled sharply. It was larger than any creature he had imagined, its wings folded like arcs of molten dawn. Feathers glowed in shifting hues, amber, crimson, gold, and each movement cast ripples of living fire across the stone. Its eyes were old as stars, deep with memory and sorrow. This was no domesticated phoenix, no loyal companion to a single master. This was a creature born of the world's earliest flames. Tom stepped forward. The phoenix lifted its head and fixed him with an unblinking gaze. The hollow trembled with its presence. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Tom raised his wand. "I seek only your blood," he said quietly, though his voice trembled with hunger for the power he imagined. "A single drop will suffice." The phoenix answered with a rising cry, beautiful, terrible, and ancient. The song pierced into Tom's mind, revealing memories long buried. The orphanage, the isolation, the hunger for belonging that had withered into ambition. These visions clawed at him, unwelcome and raw. "Enough," he snarled, thrusting his wand forward. Flames erupted from the phoenix, spiraling around him in a vortex that forced him back. The bird did not attack. It simply resisted. Yet its resistance was so potent that the very stones shuddered. Tom shielded himself, breathing hard. If persuasion failed, he would take the blood by force. The spell script demanded it. Destiny demanded it. He prepared a binding spell, one strong enough to restrain even a creature of rebirth. But before he could speak, a familiar voice echoed across the hollow. "Tom." The word fell gently, but it struck like a hammer. Tom turned, eyes narrowing. A tall figure stepped into the warm glow. Dumbledore. His cloak fluttered softly as Fawkes alighted beside him, wings folding with quiet grace. "You should not meddle with ancient fire," Dumbledore said, his gaze grave yet calm. "It will not bend to your will." Tom's expression darkened. "You follow me like a hound, Professor." "I follow danger," Dumbledore replied, "and you, alas, often walk its path." A crackle of magic hummed between them as the phoenix watched in perfect stillness. The conflict, once distant and forming like storm clouds, had now come fully into view. Dumbledore must prevent Tom Riddle from binding the ancient phoenix and extracting its blood for the forbidden spell script. Tom lifted his wand again, defiance burning in his eyes. "This bird's blood can finish the script that will make me greater than any wizard alive." "And that," Dumbledore said softly, "is precisely what I fear." The hollow tightened with unbearable tension. Old magic stirred in the stones, waiting, judging, which path would be taken and which destiny would fracture. The hollow seemed to hold its breath. Heat shimmered across the scorched stones, as if the very mountain trembled beneath the weight of two destinies colliding. The ancient phoenix, perched upon its blackened nest, watched in unwavering silence. Its molten eyes reflected both wizards, one drawn by ambition, the other by duty, like twin embers poised before a rising blaze. Tom Riddle's wand remained lifted, its tip pulsing with controlled fury. Across from him, Dumbledore stood calm as winter light, though the lines of worry etched deeper around his eyes. Fawkes shifted upon a nearby ledge, wings half spread in quiet warning. "Step aside," Tom said softly. "I will not repeat myself." Dumbledore's voice, when it came, was steady. "Tom, the phoenix has shown you your past. It revealed the wound you never allow yourself to touch, and still you raise your wand. You think sentiment will sway me?" Tom's voice sharpened. My past is a chain I broke long ago. What matters is what I will become. The spell script you seek was abandoned for a reason, Dumbledore replied. It twists the cycle of life, attempting to command what only nature may govern. And phoenix blood, especially blood this ancient, carries power deeper than any wizard can wield safely. Tom's smile thinned. Safety is for those content with mediocrity. Without warning, he struck. The binding spell erupted from his wand like a bolt of dark steel, its tendrils weaving into a net meant to ensnare the great bird. The hollow roared with the surge of magic, but the phoenix answered with a blast of radiant flame. Its wings unfurled in a sweeping arc, sending waves of light that tore through the spell as if shredding parchment. Tom staggered back but did not relent. He moved like a serpent, weaving spell after spell, stunning bolts, restraining chains, forceful enchantments designed to overcome even magical beasts. Each one splashed harmlessly against spirals of molten fire. Dumbledore stepped forward, raising his own wand, not to strike, but to shield. A shimmering barrier enveloped the hollow, absorbing the brunt of Tom's wild magic to keep the mountains from collapsing. It will not bow to darkness, Dumbledore warned. Tom's eyes flashed. Everything bows to the one strong enough to take hold of it. He pivoted sharply, redirecting his next spell, not at the phoenix, but at Dumbledore's barrier. The shield rippled violently. Tom pressed harder, unleashing a cascade of force that cracked the very air. The magic rattled the rocks above, sending a rain of pebbles clattering across the hollow floor. Dumbledore braced himself, his breath steady even as the ground trembled underfoot. With a sweeping motion, he redirected the falling stones, guiding them safely aside. But Tom had anticipated this moment. The instant Dumbledore turned his attention upward, Tom darted toward the phoenix, vaulting across a ridge of smoldering stone. He moved with precision, boots skidding but never faltering. Steam curled beneath him where embers touched the snow. He whispered a spell, a twisting charm of shadow meant to dull the phoenix's senses just long enough to draw a single drop of blood. The phoenix recoiled, flames surging, but the charm struck with uncanny accuracy. The creature's brilliant glow dimmed for a heartbeat. Tom seized the moment, raising a silver dagger enchanted for magical extraction. A single cut, just one, and he would have the ingredient the script demanded. Tom! Dumbledore's shout thundered across the hollow, but Tom did not pause. He lunged. The dagger's edge glinted. Heat scorched his skin, yet he pushed through the blaze. His fingers closed around one of the phoenix's great feathers for balance, and for an instant he felt the heartbeat of the creature, a rhythm older than human memory, pulsing like molten gold. The phoenix opened its eyes. Its cry erupted like the sunrise itself. A shock wave of fire burst from its body, not in anger, but in defense woven from the deepest laws of magic. The explosion hurled Tom backward, sending him crashing into a jagged outcrop. His dagger flew from his grasp, skittering across the stones and vanishing into the shadows. Tom groaned, winded but still conscious. His cloak smoldered at the edges. Pain lanced through his ribs, but worse than the injury was the tremor in his pride. He had underestimated the creature's raw, ancient strength. Dumbledore hurried toward him, though his wand remained poised. This pursuit will consume you, Tom. Power taken against its nature always exacts a price. Tom's laugh was fractured, breathless. Spare me your lessons. He pushed himself to his feet with difficulty. I will complete the script, with or without this creature. Dumbledore studied him in silence. There was something new in Tom's expression. Not fear, not regret, but calculation. Even defeated, Riddle's mind turned like a concealed blade searching for another path. The phoenix, still perched upon its blackened nest, watched both wizards with solemn intensity. Flames rose and fell across its feathers in slow breaths, as though the great bird sensed that tonight had merely shifted the course of fate, not ended it. Tom steadied himself, hatred simmering behind his eyes, not only for Dumbledore, but for the phoenix that had dared deny him. For the first time since entering the Hollow, he hesitated, not from doubt, but from new understanding. The direct approach had failed. The creature's defenses were too absolute. He would need a different strategy. "One day," Tom whispered, "its blood will be mine." "And one day," Dumbledore answered, "you will discover that some victories lead only to ruin." The wind rose, tearing through the hollow with a mournful howl. Snow whipped across the stones, mingling with ember light as tension hung heavy in the air. Tom's wand glowed faintly, his knuckles white. Dumbledore braced for another duel. But instead, Tom turned sharply and vanished into the storm, disappearing down the mountain path he had climbed with such certainty. Dumbledore released a long breath. Fawkes glided to the ancient phoenix, offering a soft, trembling trill. The wild bird responded with a gentle flare of light, acknowledging the warning that had saved it. Yet the conflict was far from resolved. Tom Riddle had been denied tonight, but ambition such as his did not fade. It hardened. It deepened. And somewhere in the darkness of the storm, he was already imagining new ways to claim the power he believed destined for him. The mountains fell silent once more, but the air still carried the echo of Phoenix song, an ancient, fragile hope trembling in the hands of uncertain fate. Snow swallowed the mountains as Tom Riddle descended their treacherous slopes, each step grinding fury deeper into the marrow of his bones. The storm lashed at him, but he pressed on, refusing to yield even to nature. His cloak snapped like a banner of shadow in the wind, and the bitter cold bit at the burns on his hands, where Phoenix fire had seared him. The wound stung sharply, a reminder of his failure, unacceptable, intolerable. He paused beneath a jagged overhang where the snow thinned. The wild phoenix's cry still echoed in his mind, haunting and infuriating. The creature's magic had repelled him with unbearable ease, as if centuries of ancient power had risen solely to deny him. Tom's breath steamed in the air as he uncurled his fingers and examined the faint scorch marks upon his skin. A lesser wizard might have felt humbled. Tom felt only renewed determination. The script fragment tucked beneath his cloak pulsed faintly, reacting to the lingering warmth of Phoenix magic. He withdrew it, holding the parchment up to the storm-dark sky. The runes writhed like living ink, shimmering with obscure meaning. The incomplete lines whispered what he needed to finish them: blood that carried rebirth, blood that defied death. The parchment thrummed with silent promise. "I will return," Tom murmured to the wind, "and next time, I shall not come alone." He folded the parchment and continued down the path. He needed shelter now, a place to regroup and plan, away from Dumbledore's watchful eyes, and he knew exactly where he would find it. Far above him, the hollow had grown still once more. Dumbledore stood with his wand lowered, though the tension in his shoulders had not eased. The wild phoenix remained perched upon its nest, its blazing feathers dimmed to a soft golden glow. Fawkes hovered nearby, sending soft trills that resonated like distant bells. The mountains seemed to exhale, relieved that the storm within the hollow had briefly passed. Dumbledore stepped closer to the great bird. The heat radiating from it warmed the icy air. "Forgive us," he said softly. "Wizards have long chased power not meant for mortal hands." The phoenix lowered its head, as if acknowledging his words. Its ancient gaze held sorrow, wisdom, and something more, a warning. Flames rippled across its wings in slow, thoughtful waves. Fawkes landed beside Dumbledore and nudged gently at his shoulder. The gesture held urgency. "Yes," Dumbledore murmured. "He will seek another path. Riddle does not abandon what he desires. He only changes the route by which he hunts it." The professor stared into the storm where Tom had vanished. Snow whirled like swirling ghosts, obscuring the path. Somewhere beyond that veil of white, a young man with a fractured soul was already forging a darker plan. "We must leave," Dumbledore said at last. "For now, the Phoenix is safe, but the danger will return." He raised his wand and conjured a protective sigil in the air, a shimmering lattice of light that sank into the stone around the nest. It would alert him to any intrusion. Yet he knew such wards were only temporary. Against Tom Riddle's evolving cunning, nothing remained secure forever. As if sensing his thoughts, the ancient phoenix emitted a long, low note that trembled with both gratitude and dread. Dumbledore bowed his head. "I will watch over you, I promise." With Fawkes at his side, he began the climb back through the snow-laden pass, leaving the hollow behind under the glow of the phoenix's enduring fire. But the mountains were not done with him. Halfway along the descent, the wind shifted sharply, carrying with it a trace, faint but unmistakable, of dark magic. Dumbledore stopped. He scanned the sky and the slopes, but saw nothing but storm and drifting ice. Fawkes's feathers bristled. The magic did not originate from Tom. It lingered too heavily in the air, woven with an older scent, a residue of spells cast by someone else, someone who had followed Tom's trail, or perhaps preceded it. Dumbledore straightened, gaze hardening. Another pursuer? A dark collector? Or some remnant creature awakened by the phoenix's defensive outcry? Whatever it was, its presence coiled like a serpent beneath the snow. "This grows more complicated," he said quietly. Fawkes answered with a worried chirr. They continued onward, though Dumbledore's every sense remained alert. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle reached the foothills. The storm thinned here, revealing a small abandoned bothy nestled among frost-covered pines. Smoke did not rise from its chimney, and no footprints marred the snow. The place was forgotten, lonely, perfect. He entered with a flick of his wand, melting the ice crusting the wooden door. Inside, darkness swallowed him, broken only by the faint glow of embers he conjured into the fireplace. Shadows danced across the stone walls, making the room feel alive with restless intent. Tom shed his cloak, revealing the scorch marks on his shirt and the bruises blooming beneath it. He ignored the pain and unfurled the parchment upon the old table. The runes pulsed faintly, drawing him closer. "I was unprepared," he whispered, "but knowledge is preparation." He traced the unfinished script with one finger. "Phoenix blood is necessary, but not necessarily its own blood." His eyes narrowed. There were other ways to obtain such power, indirect methods for those with ingenuity, perhaps an echo of the creature's magic, a remnant, a feather imbued with the bird's life force. The feather he had taken earlier glimmered faintly from within its glass vial. Its warmth pulsed through the container like a beating heart. A plan unfurled in his mind, subtler, more intricate, yet capable of bending the spell script's demands. "If I cannot take the blood," he murmured, "I shall take the essence." Lightning flickered through the storm outside. briefly illuminating his face. His eyes shone, not with fear, but with fierce, burning ambition. Meanwhile, far across the rising storm, Dumbledore emerged from the pass and paused once more. The faint, dark residue he sensed earlier had strengthened. It drifted along the wind like trailing smoke. Someone else walked this path. Someone who might seek the Phoenix for reasons as dangerous as Tom's. The conflict deepened, the mountain shadows thickened, and the ancient firebird's fate teetered, not between two forces, but three. And the night, long and cold, was only just beginning its vigil. Night deepened over the mountains, draping the world in a heavy shroud of storm cloud and drifting snow. The wind howled like a chorus of ancient spirits, threading through pines and broken stone. In the forgotten bothy where Tom Riddle sheltered, the fire he had conjured flickered and snapped, casting restless shadows that crept along the walls like living things. Tom sat before the table, his gaze fixed upon the feather he had taken from the Phoenix's trail. Its ember light pulsed steadily, neither fading nor strengthening, as though it awaited his next move. He turned the glass vial slowly, studying the heat that radiated through it. The feather was alive with lingering magic, strong, ancient, and unwilling to be tamed. Yet it was enough. A small glimmer of the creature's true power lay trapped within the fragile strands of fire thread. With the right enchantments, he could draw its essence, distilling it into a form that the unfinished script might accept. He unrolled the parchment once more. The runes had grown brighter, as though sensing the nearness of the Phoenix's essence. Tom's lips curled in a quiet, victorious smile. The script did not require blood in its literal form. It required rebirth bound into ink. And magic, he knew better than any wizard of his generation, could be coaxed to change its nature. He began to work. Dark candles ignited with a hiss. The flame wavered green and violet. He drew out a silver bowl etched in serpentine designs, one he carried for rituals far more dangerous than brewing potions. Into it, he placed the feather. The bowl glowed faintly, reacting to the Phoenix's fiery nature. Tom murmured an incantation, low and resonant. The air stiffened, the feather shivered. With a second whispered phrase, he summoned an extraction charm, one reserved for rare magical residues. The fire thread of the feather unraveled, dissolving into swirling light that pooled within the bowl. It shimmered gold, then crimson, then an eerie pale white. A thread of power rose from the bowl like mist, but the spell resisted him. The essence flickered violently, burning brighter than expected. It writhed, refusing to bend to his will. Tom gritted his teeth. This fragment of Phoenix life fought him, just as the bird itself had done. "Yield," he whispered. "You are nothing but a trace of what I require." But the essence only flared more fiercely, lashing out in tendrils of heat. One struck the table, scorching a smoking gouge across the wood. Another swept across Tom's forearm, and he hissed as his skin seared. The fire inside the bowl roared, threatening to detonate. Tom's fury snapped. With a cutting gesture, he forced his magic around the essence like a closing fist. The flames recoiled, trapped, compressed into a trembling beacon of molten light. Slowly, painfully, the essence stilled. Breathing hard, Tom stared into the silver bowl. The Phoenix's echo had quieted. It no longer fought. Instead, it hovered in a molten droplet of shimmering brilliance, the closest thing to Phoenix blood he could hope to obtain without slaying the creature itself. "It is enough," he said softly. "More than enough." But even as he spoke, the lamp in the corner guttered. The shadows thickened unnaturally. A draft of cold swept under the door, though no wind pressed against the walls. Tom straightened. Someone was near. Not Dumbledore. Tom knew the old professor's presence as clearly as his own pulse. This felt different, harsher, hungrier, like a creature that stalked darkness rather than wisdom. He extinguished the candles with a flick of his wand and moved to the window. Snow blurred the forest, but something shifted between the trees, a silhouette gliding where no man should walk in a storm. Tom watched the shape pass, its movement silent, deliberate. It paused once, as if scenting the air, before vanishing deeper into the woods. Tom's fingers tightened around his wand. If another wizard sought the phoenix, he needed to act quickly. Competition was intolerable, dangerous even, and anyone hunting ancient magic in these mountains would not be easily dismissed. He turned back to the table. The droplet of phoenix essence still hovered above the bowl, its glow casting fierce, tiny flames onto the stone walls. He poured it carefully into a vial of obsidian glass. The liquid light swirled restlessly inside, but no longer resisted him. A thrill surged through Tom's chest. He had achieved what he needed, perhaps even surpassed what the old spell's author had imagined. Yet he knew the script alone would not awaken its promised power. The final lines still eluded him. He would need to return to the Hollow. The ancient phoenix's roost might hide further clues, runes etched into stone or echoes from its fire that could reveal the missing verses. He fastened his cloak, ignoring the pain in his scorched arm, and stepped outside. The storm had quieted to an eerie stillness. Snow fell softly, drifting like pale ash across the trees. Tom moved swiftly beneath the dark branches, leaving only faint imprints in the snow. But he was not alone on the mountain. High above, Dumbledore had reached a narrow ridge overlooking the valley. Fawkes perched upon his shoulder, feathers ruffling uneasily. The storm that had battered the mountains earlier had settled, yet something in the air felt wrong, like a whispered word lingering after the speaker had fled. Magic pulsed faintly along the wind, rising from the forests below. "That is no echo of Tom's spell work," Dumbledore murmured. Fawkes trilled a warning. A shadow shifted near the tree line far below. Too distant to identify, yet too fluid to be natural. Dumbledore sensed a darkness in its steps. Not the cold precision of Tom Riddle, but something older, guided by instinct rather than ambition. "Another seeker," Dumbledore whispered. "One drawn by the phoenix's cry." He could not yet tell if this new presence threatened Tom, the phoenix, or the fragile balance between them. But he knew he could not allow the conflict to twist into something even more perilous. He began the descent once more. Meanwhile, in the forest, Tom moved with careful steps. He could feel the other presence drawing nearer, weaving through the pines with uncanny silence. A twig snapped behind him. Tom whirled, wand raised. But no one stood there. Only snow, only shadow. Yet the presence lingered, watching. He pressed onward, heart steady, mind calculating. Whatever stalked him tonight, it would soon learn that Tom Riddle feared nothing. Not beast, not wizard, not even the ancient forces that ruled life and death. Up ahead, the path opened toward the hollow where the phoenix waited. And the night, dark and heavy with gathering powers, prepared for another clash that none of its witnesses would forget. The forest lay still beneath a moon smothered by clouds, its silence broken only by the crunch of snow beneath Tom Riddle's boots. The path twisted between ancient pines, their branches black against the pale drift of falling flakes. Somewhere far behind him, the unseen presence moved with a predator's patience, never close enough to glimpse, yet always near enough to unsettle the air. Tom did not slow. His resolve hardened with every step. The vial of phoenix essence, hidden beneath his cloak, pulsed faintly against his chest like a second heartbeat. It warmed the cold night, strengthening the ambition that steered his every choice. Ahead, the mountains rose once more, jagged silhouettes carved by storm and time. The hollow where the ancient phoenix roosted lay beyond the ridge, untouched yet trembling beneath the lingering echoes of their earlier clash. Tom felt the pull of that place, a call like iron coils tightening around his mind. But he was no longer the only hunter. A rustle disturbed the branches overhead. A single clump of snow tumbled from a bough and landed beside him. Tom's wand was in his hand instantly, eyes scanning the shadows. "Show yourself," he said, voice low and steady. No answer came. A wind swept down the slope, flinging icy dust across his cloak. Tom moved on, but now he walked with his wand raised, every sense stretched into the dark. If some creature dared stalk him, he would not fall to it. He had faced horrors in the forbidden forest during his school days. Acromantulas whose fangs gleamed like polished bone, centaurs whose arrows hummed through the shadows. No beast could shake him now. Then faintly he heard it, the soft whisper of breath, not human, not quite animal, something in between. Tom's eyes narrowed. "So you wish to follow," he murmured. "Come then, let us see who hunts whom." He slipped silently into the deeper trees, weaving between trunks and boulders, until he stood beneath a narrow ravine carved by centuries of wind. Snow had piled against its edges, forming a natural barrier. Here, he waited. Moments passed. Then a shape emerged at the ravine's mouth, a tall figure cloaked in ragged black, its movements strangely fluid. It paused, as though scenting the air, before gliding another step forward. Tom raised his wand. "Enough," he said sharply. "Reveal yourself." The figure stilled. The wind fell silent. Slowly, its hood lowered. The face beneath was gaunt, shadowed, and pale as frostbite. Eyes like dead embers stared back at him, neither alive nor fully gone. Tom knew at once what it was, a remnant of old magic, a creature born of forbidden ritual. Some wizard, long forgotten, had torn their spirit from its proper course and left behind this wandering shell. These beings were rare, feared not for strength but for the dark fate that clung to them. The remnant hissed softly, the sound as brittle as cracking ice. Tom remained unmoved. "You seek the phoenix," he said, "but you will not have it." The creature took a step toward him, its skeletal fingers lifting. Tom did not give it another chance. "Incarcerus!" Ropes of conjured shadow lashed from the end of his wand, binding the creature's arms and chest. It struggled with surprising force, but Tom's spell held firm. He circled it warily. "How curious," he murmured. "You follow the phoenix's call just as I do, yet you lack the will to claim it. What drives you, I wonder? Hunger, memory, or are you merely drawn to flame, as all broken things are?" The remnant snarled silently, but its gaze fixed upon Tom's chest, upon the hidden vial that pulsed within his cloak. "You sense the essence," Tom whispered. "Even a fractured soul understands power." He tightened the spell, forcing the creature to its knees. "Tell me who created you. Tell me who walks this mountain besides myself." But remnants had no voices left to give. They knew only instinct, pain, desire, or fear, and this one knew fear now. Tom raised his wand again, and the creature shrank back. "Useless thing," Tom muttered. A spark of flame flickered unexpectedly along the ridge above. Tom spun. Not a creature. Light. Brilliant. Golden. Familiar. The wild phoenix soared across the sky, its wings shedding arcs of fire that drifted like falling stars. Even from a distance, its presence pressed upon the world like a sunrise. It circled the hollow once, twice, before descending toward its nest. And beneath its flight, a lone silhouette climbed the ridge, cloak stirring, wand drawn. Dumbledore. Tom's jaw tightened. The mountain had become a chessboard, and every piece moved against him. He turned back to the bound remnant, but the creature's form flickered. At the sight of the phoenix, it let out a thin, keening sound and dissolved into mist, fading into the night as though the light itself had undone it. Tom hissed in frustration. A distraction. Nothing more. Time was slipping away. He moved swiftly through the trees, ascending the ridge with renewed urgency. The snow thickened as he climbed, swirling around him in ghostly spirals. The phoenix's glow danced ahead, lighting the path in flashes of molten gold. At last, he reached the rim of the hollow. The ancient phoenix stood once more upon its blackened nest, radiant as a living flame. Dumbledore approached it slowly, speaking in quiet tones. Fawkes hovered beside him, wings shimmering. Tom stepped from the shadows. "This ends tonight," he said. Dumbledore turned, his expression sorrowful but unyielding. "Tom, you walk deeper into darkness with every step. Leave now, and perhaps the mountain will forget your footsteps." Tom's wand gleamed. "The phoenix's essence is already mine. Now I need only the script's final lines." "The script will destroy you," Dumbledore said. "Magic born of immortality always does." Tom's eyes hardened. "Then let it try." The phoenix raised its wings. Fire rippled through the hollow, stirring the air with ancient force. Tom advanced. Dumbledore lifted his wand. The mountain trembled, and the night prepared to break beneath the clash of fire and shadow. The hollow blazed with the light of living flame and the dread silence before battle. Snow melted in trembling circles around the ancient phoenix's nest, the air quivering with the heat that poured from the creature's wings. Its golden eyes watched the two wizards with sorrow older than Hogwarts itself, sensing the storm rising between them. Tom Riddle stepped forward, cloak rippling like a shadow torn loose from the night. The mountain wind howled around him, yet he moved with a calm sharpened by ambition and wounded pride. Within the folds of his cloak, the vial containing the phoenix's stolen essence pulsed faintly, as if eager to burn. Dumbledore stood opposite him, wand in hand, though his posture held no eagerness for violence. Snow gathered upon his shoulders, only to melt instantly in the heat of the phoenix's fire. His gaze, steady and mournful, fixed upon Tom with a weight that nearly stilled the air. "You cannot have what you seek," Dumbledore said softly. "The phoenix's cycle is sacred. Interfering with it will tip the scales of life and death beyond repair." Tom's lips curved in a cold smile. "Spare me your sermons. I have already harvested enough power to complete the script. The creature itself is only the final key. Then you follow a path that ends in ruin." "Ruin is for the weak," Tom answered. "Not for me." Flames rippled across the hollow as the phoenix spread its wings, warning both wizards. The fire was neither hostile nor welcoming, merely ancient, ungoverned by mortal purpose. Tom raised his wand. The spell he cast erupted like a spear of black lightning, slicing through the air toward Dumbledore. Snow hissed into steam as it passed, but Dumbledore countered with a sweeping motion, conjuring a shimmering shield that bent the spell upward, where it exploded against the cliff face in a shower of sparks. Tom pressed the attack. He hurled spell after spell, each one sharper, darker, honed by his relentless drive. The hollow trembled beneath the clash of forces. green arcs of magic slashing across golden firelight. Dumbledore moved with quiet precision, deflecting some attacks, dispersing others, allowing none to strike him or the Phoenix. But Tom's magic was growing stronger, wilder. The vial throbbed beneath his cloak, feeding his confidence and deepening the darkness coiling around his heart. "You still hold back," Tom snarled. "Even now, you fear hurting me." "I fear what you will become," Dumbledore replied. "Then you fear power. Power without conscience is the first step to destruction." Tom answered with a spell so fierce the air wavered. Dumbledore intercepted it, but the force pushed him back several paces, boots gouging tracks into the snow. The Phoenix cried out, a piercing note of warning that echoed across the cliffs. The fire around its wings blazed brighter, casting shifting shadows that danced like spirits around the nest. Tom's gaze flicked toward the ancient bird. In the chaos of battle, he spotted a cluster of runes carved faintly into the blackened stone, runes old enough to predate the castle itself. His pulse quickened, the final lines of the spell script, hidden here. He darted toward the nest. Dumbledore moved instantly. "Tom, no!" Tom aimed a blasting charm at the ground before Dumbledore, forcing him to retreat or be thrown. Snow and sparks erupted, granting Tom the seconds he needed to reach the Phoenix's perch. The bird watched him approach. Light poured from its eyes, illuminating the runes. Tom skidded to a halt before them, breath quick and sharp. The carvings were ancient indeed, etched by magic, not hand. They glowed in rhythm with the Phoenix's heartbeat. Tom knelt, studying them with fierce hunger. "This is it," he whispered. "The final verse." He reached out, but the Phoenix's wing dropped between him and the stone. The heat was unbearable. Tom recoiled, shielding his face. "Move," he hissed. The Phoenix's eyes narrowed, and flames danced along its feathers like living warning signs. "You cannot protect this forever," Tom growled. "I will have what I came for." Dumbledore's voice rang across the hollow. "Leave it, Tom." But Tom was beyond persuasion. He thrust out his wand, channeling the Phoenix essence inside the vial with a surge of stolen fire. A spiral of crimson light burst from his wand tip, aimed not at the bird, but at the runes themselves. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The runes flared white-hot. Fire roared from the nest in a violent cascade, engulfing the hollow in blinding radiance. The ground shook as if a dragon stirred beneath the earth. Dumbledore conjured a barrier of tremendous power, protecting himself and shielding the mountainside from the brunt of the explosion. Fawkes cried out, answering the ancient Phoenix's alarm with a note that rang like the toll of a bell. Tom staggered backward as the firestorm faded. The runes dimmed, the nest cracking under the strain. But something else happened, something far more dangerous. The Phoenix's flames dimmed. Its wings drooped, not from injury, but from intervention. Its cycle had been disrupted by Tom's intrusion. Fire that should have burned eternal flickered uncertainly, as though smothered by unnatural force. Dumbledore's expression twisted with horror. "No, Tom, what have you done?" Tom's triumph ignited. "I have awakened the script." But his smile faltered as the Phoenix turned its gaze upon him. The creature, weakened but not defeated, released a cry so fierce the air itself rippled. The fire that burst from its chest was no ordinary flame. It was rebirth unraveling, a cycle buckling under strain. The blast flung Tom across the hollow, slamming him into the cliff wall. His wand skittered away. He gasped, struggling to rise. The Phoenix swayed. Its golden feathers flickered. Dumbledore's fear grew. The cycle, centuries old, was cracking. If the phoenix failed to renew itself now, its death would not be ordinary. It would tear through the fabric of the mountain, unleashing a surge of raw elemental fire that could scour the entire region. Tom knew none of this. He saw only opportunity. He lunged for the vial. But before his fingers touched it, a beam of shimmering light pinned him to the ground. Dumbledore's spell. "Stay down," Dumbledore commanded, voice thunderous. The phoenix collapsed onto its nest. Flames faltered, snow hissed, the hollow darkened, and the fragile balance between life, death, and rebirth hung by a single trembling thread. The hollow lay smothered in darkness, broken only by the tremulous flicker of the phoenix's failing fire. Once a brilliant star carved into the mountain's heart, the creature now slumped upon its cracked nest, wings trembling as embers fell from its feathers like dying sparks. The air smelled of scorched stone and unraveling magic, ancient forces forced into turmoil. Dumbledore stood at the phoenix's side, wand raised not in threat, but in desperate protection. His cloak billowed in the rising steam as he pressed a hand to the creature's beak. Its heat, once unendurable, now felt dim and fragile beneath his touch. "Hold on," he whispered. "Your cycle is not yet ended." But the phoenix's flame guttered. Across the hollow, Tom Riddle struggled beneath the beam of magic that had pinned him. His cloak smoked, soot clinging to his cheek where the earlier firestorm had scorched him. He lifted his head, eyes burning with a mixture of fury and dawning comprehension. The phoenix, his key, his catalyst, was flickering toward ruin. And with it, the script he so coveted. "Release me," Tom snarled. "You're killing it by delaying." Dumbledore did not turn. "You did this, Tom. The cycle is collapsing because you forced a power older than wizard kind into your grasp. The mountain trembles from the strain." Tom strained against the spell that held him, pushing upward with raw, furious magic. "If the phoenix dies, I lose everything. You endanger far more than your own ambition," Dumbledore said sharply. "A phoenix does not die quietly. If its rebirth is broken, the fire it unleashes will consume the entire mountain and everything beyond." For a moment, even Tom's breath caught. The idea of such overwhelming destruction tugged at the edges of his mind. But ambition, bright and poisonous, drowned hesitation. "If it must burn," he hissed, "then let it burn. There will be no rebirth without my command." Dumbledore's heart clenched. The young man he once taught, once believed might turn from darkness, now spoke as though doom were simply another tool. A new sound echoed across the hollow, low, cracking, like the groan of ice under strain. The nest split further, golden fire spilling through the fractures. The phoenix's eyes fluttered, dimming to faint embers. Time was unraveling. Dumbledore lowered his wand from Tom, but not out of mercy. The spell that had restrained him dissolved, replaced by another enchantment entirely, one that spread across the ground, weaving a net of shimmering runes around the failing phoenix. "You will not interfere further," Dumbledore said, voice hardening. "This magic is not yours to command." But Tom was already reaching beneath his cloak, the vial. The phoenix essence glowed fiercely now, reacting to the creature's imminent collapse. It pulsed like a living flame, as though trying to reunite with its origin. The moment his fingers brushed the glass, the vial erupted with heat. The phoenix's head lifted. Its dimming eyes locked onto Tom. A thin, wavering cry escaped its throat. A plea, a warning, a final desperate thread of its cycle. Tom's jaw clenched. "This essence belongs to me." Dumbledore spun toward him. "Tom, Don't!" But the vial had already burst open. A spear of crimson gold fire shot upward, swirling in wild spirals. It twisted through the air, neither free nor bound, a fragment of phoenix life torn from its rightful place. It hovered between wizard and creature, trembling violently as it sought to return. The phoenix tried to rise, wings quivering, but its fire sputtered. The essence drifted closer, yet could not rejoin the broken cycle on its own. And then Tom acted. He seized the swirling flame with a conjured circle of shadow, wrenching it toward himself. The fire fought him, searing through the spell's dark chains, but Tom's will tightened. "If the phoenix cannot reclaim it," he said through gritted teeth, "then I will." Dumbledore's eyes widened in horror. "Tom, no!" But it was too late. The essence struck Tom's chest. For an instant, the world froze. His body arched, back rigid as the fire surged through him. Light spilled from his eyes, his mouth, his fingertips. A scream tore from him, rage and rapture intertwined. The flame forced its way through his veins, flooding him with the force of rebirth that no mortal flesh was meant to contain. The mountain shook violently. Cracks raced across the hollow floor. Steam hissed from the fissures. Snow tumbled from the cliffs in great sheets. Dumbledore shielded the phoenix with both arms and wand, drawing every protective enchantment he knew. Fire washed outward in expanding rings of blinding brilliance. Rock melted. The very air shuddered under the strain. When the light finally dimmed, Dumbledore lowered the shield and looked across the ravaged hollow. Tom Riddle staggered where he stood, breathing shallow and sharp. His skin glowed faintly, veins lit like molten threads beneath the surface. His eyes flickered with unnatural fire, as though the essence still writhed within him. But he was alive, barely. The phoenix, however, lay motionless. The last flicker of its flame guttered out. Dumbledore felt the breath leave his lungs. He pressed a trembling hand to the creature's neck. No warmth, no stirring ember. The cycle had collapsed fully. Then, suddenly, the air vibrated. A single spark ignited upon the phoenix's breast. Tiny, weak, yet unmistakably alive. Dumbledore exhaled a breath that trembled with relief. The cycle, though damaged, had not been fully broken. The creature's rebirth would be fragile, uncertain, but possible. Tom saw it too. "No," he whispered. "The script should have awakened. I used its fire. I took its essence. Why does it still resist me?" "Because some magic," Dumbledore said, rising to face him, "cannot be stolen." Tom's eyes narrowed, fire fading from them slowly. The molten glow beneath his skin began to dim. His body trembled as the last of the essence slipped away, not into him, but back toward the phoenix. A single ember drifted through the air. Tom reached for it, fury twisting his features, but the ember floated gently past his hand and sank into the phoenix's chest. A faint glow kindled beneath the feathers. The bird lived, weakened, wounded, but unclaimed. Tom staggered backward. His plan had failed. Not in secret. Not in silence. But in the full sight of the one wizard he hated most. Dumbledore's gaze held both sorrow and warning. "This mountain will not forget what you attempted here, Tom," he said quietly. "And neither will I." The wind rose, sweeping through the hollow, scattering ash, snow, and the remnants of shattered magic. The stage had shifted. Dumbledore stood beside the phoenix. Tom Riddle stood alone. And the knight, though wounded, had survived the fire's wrath. Silence settled over the hollow like a burial shroud. The last tremors of broken magic faded into the granite bones of the mountain, leaving only the cold wind to wander through the wreckage. Snow drifted down through the ragged opening torn in the clouds, settling upon scorched stone and steaming fissures where fire had seared too deeply. The smell of ash clung to the air, mingling with the fading warmth of phoenix flame. Tom Riddle stood amid the ruin he had wrought, breath ragged, limbs trembling. The remnants of phoenix essence flickered faintly beneath his skin, ghosts of a power that had slipped from his grasp. His wand lay several feet away, knocked astray during the blaze. He did not reach for it. His fingers still shook too violently, and his pride could not yet bear the sight of his own failure. Dumbledore knelt beside the fallen phoenix. The creature lay curled inward, its wings drawn close as though guarding the fragile ember within. Each faint glow pulsed in uneven rhythm, like a candle struggling to resist the dark. Dumbledore touched the phoenix's crest with quiet reverence, his expression carved in sorrow. "It will recover," he murmured, half to himself, half to the hollow. "But only if the mountain grants it peace." Tom lifted his head at those words. "Peace?" His voice cracked, raw with strain. "You speak of peace while it refuses me what I need most." Dumbledore stood slowly, turning toward him. Snow melted on his robes, hissing into steam around his boots. "What you need, Tom, is not what you seek." Tom laughed, but the sound was hollow, almost painful. "You sound like every frightened wizard who has ever feared greatness." "Greatness is not measured by what one seizes," Dumbledore replied, "but by what one protects." Tom's expression darkened, but the fire in his eyes flickered, less in fury than in exhaustion. He felt scorched from within, as though the phoenix essence had burned channels through his soul before abandoning him. The power he thought he might master had proven itself unmanageable, a wild force unwilling to be chained. Yet even in failure, ambition refused to die. "It should have yielded," Tom whispered. "That ancient creature, the script, the flame, all of it should have bent to me." "Magic older than wizard kind does not bend," Dumbledore said gently. "It chooses." Tom's hands clenched. He could not bear the softness in the old wizard's tone, softness meant for students lost upon gentler paths, not him. "And it chose you, I suppose," Tom spat. Dumbledore's gaze drifted to the phoenix. "No, it chose life." The words struck Tom deeper than any spell. Something twisted inside him. Anger, humiliation, and a grief he would never acknowledge. The wind carried snow across the hollow, sweeping over Tom's footprints, erasing them one by one. He felt the mountain turning against him, its silence echoing his failure. The spell script fragment tucked in his cloak pulsed weakly, its runes dimmed to nothing. Without completion, without the phoenix's fire willingly given, the script was useless, worthless, unless he found another way. Tom's thoughts sharpened suddenly. Slowly, carefully, he bent and retrieved his wand. Dumbledore tensed, but did not aim his own. The air filled with a brittle stillness. Tom rose to full height. "I have learned something tonight," he said quietly. Dumbledore's voice remained steady. "And what is that?" "That even ancient fire can be broken." Tom's eyes gleamed with fierce promise. "If not bent, then shattered, and from its pieces, new power can rise." "Power without balance," Dumbledore warned, "is a path carved in ruin." "Then ruin will be my foundation," Tom answered. Dumbledore's heart tightened. There was no regret in Tom's voice, no doubt, only cold ambition intensified by the sting of defeat. The phoenix stirred weakly. A wisp of flame rose from its feathers before fading again. Dumbledore stepped closer, protectively. "You will leave this mountain now," he said. "You have done enough harm for one lifetime." Tom tilted his head. You mean to force me? No, Tom. Dumbledore's expression softened, aching with the remnants of an old hope. I mean to ask you. For a fractional instant, something in Tom's face shifted. A shadow of hesitation, a flicker of the boy he once was. But it died swiftly, eclipsed by the ambition that defined him more deeply than breath. Goodbye, Professor, Tom said, voice a dagger dipped in frost. He turned sharply, cloak swirling like dark smoke, and walked across the hollow without looking back. Snow swallowed his footprints as he went, each step muffled, cold, decisive. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. He watched until Tom disappeared into the forest shadows. The mountain felt emptier for it, colder, as though it sensed the future unfolding, thread by thread, toward darker days. Then he knelt once more by the phoenix. Come, old friend, he murmured. Let us guide your fire back to life. The tiny ember in the phoenix's chest glowed a fraction brighter. Dumbledore gently lifted the creature, supporting it with both arms as warmth pressed faintly into his robes. Fawkes descended from his perch overhead, landing beside the nest with a soft trill of sympathy. Together, Phoenix and Wizard formed a small circle of flickering light in the devastated hollow. Dumbledore began to chant an old spell, not forceful, not binding, but mending. He wove threads of protective magic around the bird, encouraging its cycle to heal, to renew. But even as the spell took hold, faint tremors shuddered through the stone beneath them. The mountain was not done speaking. Dumbledore paused, listening. The vibration grew stronger, pulsing from deep below, as though the ancient enchantments that once guarded this place were awakening in response to the phoenix's destabilized cycle. A low rumble echoed from the cliffs. Snow drifted from high ledges, shaken loose by the shifting earth. Fawkes trilled loudly in warning. Yes, Dumbledore murmured. I feel it too. The phoenix in his arms trembled, feathers shivering as a wave of heat rippled outward. Not fire, instability. The remnants of its broken rebirth threatened to collapse again if left exposed to the mountain's unrest. He needed to leave. Now. With great care, he lifted the phoenix and began the descent from the hollow, Fawkes gliding ahead to scout a safe path. Each step echoed softly in the snow, but the rumble beneath grew louder, more insistent. Behind him, the hollow's broken runes flickered with dormant force, not fully awakened, but disturbed. Their ancient patterns glimmered faintly, reacting to the absence of a cycle that once kept them balanced. Far ahead down the mountainside, Tom Riddle paused mid-stride as the ground quivered beneath his feet. He turned, looking back up toward the hollow. His pale face glistened faintly with snow. His eyes narrowed, calculating. Something in the mountain was changing, and though he did not yet know what future this shift would carve, he knew one truth with absolute certainty. Tonight had not ended his pursuit. It had only revealed how much further he must go. With a final glance toward the summit, Tom pulled his cloak close and vanished into the forest, determined to forge a new path. One darker, deeper, and far more perilous than any he had dared before. The mountain wind swallowed his silhouette. And high above, Dumbledore carried the wounded phoenix down the slope, unaware that the echoes of this night would haunt the wizarding world for decades to come. Dawn did not come gently to the mountains. It rose behind a curtain of storm-worn clouds, its pale glow struggling to pierce the lingering darkness. Snow swept across the ridges in thin, restless veils, stirring the broken branches and trembling pines. The world seemed to hold its breath, listening to the faint groans of stone shifting beneath the earth. Dumbledore moved carefully down the steep path, the wounded phoenix cradled in his arms. Its body was heavier now, not with mass, but with the weight of unstable magic. Feathers that once blazed with eternal brilliance now flickered faintly, threatening to gutter with each shivering gust of wind. Fawkes flew ahead in low, circling arcs, guiding them away from the trembling cliffs. "Steady," Dumbledore murmured to the bird in his arms. "We must reach shelter before the mountain wakes fully." The phoenix's ember heart pulsed unevenly against his robes. It was trying, fighting, to keep its cycle alive, but the torn fabric of its rebirth left it vulnerable to the mountain's shifting power. The ancient enchantments woven into this land had always lived in harmony with the phoenix's eternal flame. Now that harmony had been broken, the path narrowed between two sheer faces of rock. A cascade of frost fell from above as the cliffs trembled. Dumbledore tightened his grip on the phoenix and pressed forward. Each step was labored, but he could not turn back, not while the bird's fire flickered so weakly. Behind him, unnoticed, cracks spidered across the hollow where Tom Riddle had faced the ancient fire. Runes once dormant pulsed with awakening energy. The mountain was shifting, aware that one of its oldest guardians had nearly fallen. And though no spell had been cast intentionally, magic old as the land itself stirred in response to the phoenix's wounded state. Far below, Tom Riddle made his way through the forest, though his steps grew unsteady as the aftershocks of power pulsed through the ground. He paused where the trees parted into a small clearing. Here, the storm had thinned. Snow fell lightly, settling upon his cloak like cold ash. He pressed a hand to his chest where the phoenix essence had entered him and felt the last faint warmth fade. The moment of unnatural fire had left its mark. Though the essence had returned to the phoenix, its brief presence within him had carved a memory deep into his magic, a scar of brilliance and pain. Tom could feel where it had passed, could trace its path like the faint outline of a constellation burned into his veins. "So close," he whispered to the silent trees. I held the flame itself, but it had slipped from him, returned to the creature, denied him. Yet even as bitterness twisted his thoughts, another sensation stirred within him, an awakening. Not of fire, but of understanding. The way the essence had responded, the moment it faltered, the weakness within the phoenix's cycle that allowed him to touch its heart. He had seen the fault lines, he had felt them, and he would use them. Tom lifted his head toward the mountain's peak, where the storm cast swirling shadows over the shattered hollow. The land trembled again, shaking snow from the branches. Birds took flight, startled from their perches. The forest itself sensed the instability. Dumbledore will hide the creature, he thought. He will protect it until its fire is restored. But the phoenix is weakened, its cycle fractured. This moment will not come again. He turned sharply, heading toward the southern ridge where the shadows deepened. A plan began to form. Dark, intricate, dangerous. He would not chase the phoenix's fire openly again. The creature was too strong, its magic too deeply woven with the forces of the mountain. A direct attack led only to ruin. But if he could study its cycle, understand its limits, find a way to break and reform them, then the next time he reached for phoenix magic, it would not escape him. Tom quickened his pace, vanishing deeper into the forest as snow swallowed his trail. Back on the mountainside, Dumbledore reached a small cavern protected by an overhang of frost-coated stone. It was shallow, but shielded from the wind. He knelt and laid the phoenix gently upon a bed of conjured cloth. The creature's chest rose and fell in trembling rhythm, each breath a struggle. Fawkes landed beside it, touching beak to crest. A soft glow passed between the two birds. Comfort, kinship, a sharing of warmth too delicate for human understanding. Dumbledore placed his wand upon the stone floor and began to weave spells of healing and stabilization. His magic wrapped the cavern in a dome of quiet, warming the air without disturbing the fragile balance within the phoenix's body. Pale light filled the hollow space, swirling gently like morning mist. Yet even with his skill, he could not mend what had been torn. Phoenixes healed themselves through rebirth, not external magic. What he could offer was only support, a chance for the cycle to repair itself long enough for renewal to begin. He watched the ember flame flicker beneath the phoenix's feathers, his heart heavy. "You must endure," he whispered, "for if you fall, something far greater than a single life will shatter." Fawkes turned his head toward Dumbledore, singing a quiet, aching note. The meaning was clear. Time was slipping. Dumbledore nodded. "I know." Another tremor shook the mountain, this one stronger. Snow cascaded from the ridges in roaring sheets. A crack split the stone outside the cavern, creeping like a jagged scar across the mountainside. The ancient enchantments had awakened fully now. The phoenix's fire had always stabilized the flow of magic in this region. With the creature weakened, the forces intertwined with its cycle began to unravel. Dumbledore could sense them like a storm brewing beneath the earth. He had to move the creature to safer ground, but not yet. Not until its ember strengthened enough to survive the journey. As the mountain shuddered again, he lifted his gaze toward the hollow above. Tom is gone, he thought, but he will return, not for the creature alone, for the knowledge, the power, the fragment of ancient fire he tasted. A whisper of sorrow touched his mind. I have failed him. No, he had not failed. Tom Riddle had chosen his path long before setting foot upon this mountain, and now that path would lead him into shadows deeper than either of them had imagined. A gust of wind swept into the cavern, carrying with it a faint, haunting echo, the remnant's distant wail. Dumbledore frowned, recognizing the sound at once. The creature Tom had encountered was not gone. It lingered, its presence drawn by the phoenix's weakened flame. The mountain was no longer safe, for wizard, for phoenix, for any living thing. Dumbledore rose, steadying himself as the cavern shook. "We must leave as soon as the flame strengthens," he said to Fawkes. The phoenix nodded gently, eyes glowing with determination. Outside, the wind howled. Far below, Tom Riddle vanished deeper into the forest, and high within the mountain's heart, ancient magic awakened fully, preparing to reshape everything the dawn touched. The storm thickened by nightfall, and with it came a heaviness in the air that did not belong to weather alone. The mountain groaned as though awakening from centuries of uneasy sleep. Snow drifted in great swirling flurries, wrapping the world in a pale shroud and blurring the horizon into indistinct shadows. The cavern where Dumbledore sheltered flickered with faint firelight, no flame, but the fragile glow that pulsed from the phoenix's struggling heart. The creature lay upon its conjured bedding, wings twitching as tremors passed through its frame. The ember within its chest glowed fitfully, brightening and weakening in uneven cycles. Dumbledore watched over it, kneeling beside the bird with unyielding patience. He could feel the tremors beneath the ground every few moments, subtle but persistent, like the heartbeats of the mountain itself. Fawkes perched on a rock nearby, feathers fluffed in protective warmth, his golden eyes reflecting quiet resolve. He trilled softly at intervals, sending gentle waves of comfort toward the wounded phoenix. Each note shimmered with magic, Phoenix song could heal what other spells could not, but even Fawkes could not mend a cycle this deeply disrupted. "We must wait," Dumbledore murmured, though the words were more for himself than the birds. "When dawn strikes again, perhaps the flame will steady." But doubts pressed upon him like snow-laden branches. He feared the mountain's enchantments, old as the bird itself, were unraveling too swiftly. The cavern shuddered again, dust drifting from the ceiling. Dumbledore raised a protective ward at once, sealing loose stone in place. The sound echoed like distant thunder through the cave's narrow walls. Outside, the wind carried a strange tone, neither the low rumble of rock nor the hiss of snow, but something more unsettling. A whisper that slid through the air like a chill, almost like words spoken by a voice not meant for mortal ears. Fawkes stiffened. "Yes," Dumbledore said softly, listening. "I hear it too." Far below in the forest, Tom Riddle walked with swift purpose. The snow had thickened, swallowing his tracks almost as soon as he made them. His cloak streamed behind him like a shadow fleeing moonlight. Every part of him throbbed with aching memory. The echo of Phoenix essence that had surged through his veins still left his body burning in phantom fire. But beyond the pain lay something sharper: clarity. The path to Phoenix power was not through brute force, nor through stolen essence alone. It lay in understanding the creature's cycle, its balance of life, death, and rebirth. That balance had cracked tonight, and in the crack lay opportunity. Tom halted at the edge of a frozen ravine. Icicles clung to its walls like fangs. The ground trembled once more beneath his boots. He knelt and brushed snow aside, revealing faint arcs etched into the stone, sigils that pulsed with waning magic. He recognized them at once: Phoenix anchoring runes. So ancient they predated wizardry itself, carved by elemental forces or beings lost to history. These runes tied the creature's rebirth to the mountain. If the Phoenix weakened, the enchantments weakened with it. And what collapses can be shaped. Tom's breath curled in the cold air. "A phoenix's fire stabilizes the land," he whispered, "but its weakness awakens the power below." He stood slowly, eyes alight with dark discovery. So the fire is not only a source of rebirth, but a key. Lightning of thought sparked within him. If he could learn the mountain's hidden magic, if he could claim the forces that stirred beneath the stone, then the Phoenix's cycle would become more than a single moment of rebirth. It would become something he could rewrite, reshape, control. A new path opened before him, deeper and more treacherous than any he had dared imagine. Back in the cavern, the Phoenix suddenly convulsed. Dumbledore lunged forward instantly, placing a steadying hand upon the bird's wing. Flames flared weakly beneath its feathers, flashing in erratic bursts. The bird's cry was soft, almost broken, a trembling note that shivered through the cavern like a plea. Fawkes flew down from his perch and touched his beak to the creature's crest. A resonant hum spread through the air, a woven spell of shared warmth and ancient kinship. But the Phoenix's ember dimmed again. "No," Dumbledore whispered. "Stay with me." A new tremor rumbled through the mountain, stronger than the last. Snow blew into the mouth of the cavern. Cold wind howled like a beast tasting the scent of fear. And from within, the storm came a flicker of shadow. Dumbledore froze. The remnant. It slid between the trees like a torn scrap of night, its formless outline drifting on unnatural currents, its hollow, emberless eyes fixed upon the cavern, drawn by the dying pulse of Phoenix fire. Whatever wizard had created it, Whatever dark purpose had birthed it, it now hungered for the heat of the wounded flame. Fawkes bristled, wings spreading in a whirl of warning sparks. Dumbledore stood, wand raised. His figure filled the cavern entrance, a silhouette of defiance against the storm. "You shall not touch this creature," he said, voice echoing with quiet steel. The remnant stepped onto the snow. Its form shimmered, wavering like smoke caught on broken wind. The moment it crossed the threshold of the cavern's protective ward, the spell flared, but only briefly. The ward weakened, its stability buckling beneath the mountain's shifting power. The creature lunged. Dumbledore cast a web of shimmering light that struck the remnant and halted it mid-leap, suspending it like a puppet caught in starlight. The creature writhed, the fabric of its being twisting violently against the spell's hold. Its hunger was palpable, a void seeking flame, seeking life, seeking anything to fill its hollow existence. Snow blasted into the cavern, extinguishing all warmth except the faint glow from the phoenix's chest. "Be still," Dumbledore commanded, his magic tightening. But the creature's form suddenly split into two, then three, shadows duplicating themselves in jagged bursts. The spell strained. The shadows shrieked silently, voices like tearing cloth, their attention locked upon the phoenix. Dumbledore's eyes widened. It was not one remnant. It never had been. Tom had encountered a fractured soul beast, a remnant of a remnant, something created by sorcery, lost even to legend. These creatures thrived on instability, and the phoenix's weakened flame had drawn them from the depths of the mountain like moths to fire. Fawkes launched himself into the air, unleashing a burst of golden flame that stunned the nearest shadow. It shrieked without sound, dissolving momentarily before reconstituting itself. Dumbledore cast again, this time summoning a shield of pure, brilliant light that filled the cavern with radiance. The shadows recoiled, their forms flickering wildly, but the phoenix stirred weakly again, its flame flickering too faintly to strengthen the shield. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. "We cannot stay," he said to the birds. "If these creatures reach your flame, there will be no rebirth." He needed to move the phoenix, now, before the creatures multiplied further. He scooped the weakened bird into his arms and strengthened the barrier with every ounce of quiet but formidable power he possessed. "Fawkes, to me." The loyal phoenix soared to his shoulder, singing a call that split the cold night air with defiant brilliance. The shadows screamed in rage. And at that moment, deep in the forest, Tom Riddle felt the mountain tremble again. He turned toward the cavern's direction, sensing the rise of unstable magic. A smile ghosted across his lips. "The cycle unravels further," he murmured. "Good." He pulled his cloak tighter and strode toward the mountain's heart. Back in the cavern, as Dumbledore stepped into the storm with the phoenix held close, the shadows surged behind the weakening ward. The mountain roared, and the night prepared to swallow wizard, phoenix, and darkness alike. The storm lashed the mountainside with renewed fury as Dumbledore pressed forward, cradling the wounded phoenix against his chest. Snow swirled in frantic spirals, veiling the world in white shadows. The bird's ember heart flickered weakly, its glow barely strong enough to illuminate the trembling path ahead. Fawkes flew close beside them, his own flame burning brighter, lending warmth and guidance to the failing pulse of his elder kin. Behind them, from the cavern they had just abandoned, a shudder rolled through the earth, deep, resonant, and ominous. The fractured soul creatures poured from the entrance like spilled ink, their formless bodies twisting through the storm. They moved without footsteps, gliding over snow as if the ground itself recoiled from touching them. Their silent hunger pressed against the air, chilling it more deeply than the wind ever could. "Stay with me," Dumbledore murmured, the words directed to the phoenix in his arms. "The mountain's heart is stirring, but you must endure. Only when your flame is reborn will this place find harmony again." The phoenix's chest rose in a trembling breath. A faint pulse of heat touched his robes. But time was running thin. The mountain ridge ahead was narrow, its steep sides dropping into dark valleys veiled by the storm. Snow covered the trail in uneven slopes, forcing Dumbledore to test each step with cautious magic. The ground trembled again. Long, low vibrations that warned him the ancient enchantments woven into the land were unraveling faster than he feared. Fawkes trilled a warning. Dumbledore turned just in time to see the first of the soul shadows glide onto the ridge. Its form stretched unnaturally, as though it were more smoke than substance. Behind it, more shapes emerged. 3, 5, then almost a dozen, born from the fragmentation of a single cursed remnant. They followed blindly the fading light of the phoenix's flame. Dumbledore raised his wand. A ring of brilliant light erupted around him, rippling across the ridge. The soul creatures recoiled, their forms warping in agony as the radiance touched them. But they did not retreat. Their hunger was too great, and the phoenix's failing fire was too tempting. With a hiss, they surged forward again. Dumbledore stepped back, boots sliding against the snow-coated rock. The ridge narrowed to a thin ledge, barely wide enough for one man to cross. Beyond it lay a series of jagged pillars of stone, natural spires carved by centuries of wind. With enough magic, he could leap the gaps, but the phoenix was in no condition to endure sudden jolts of unstable motion. He needed stable ground and time. Neither existed here. The soul creatures closed in, weaving together into a single rippling shadow that blotted out the storm behind them. Their silent cry pressed into the edges of the mind, cold, hungry, unearthly. The phoenix stirred weakly in his arms, its flame dimming under the pressure of their presence. "No," Dumbledore whispered. "This is not your end." He planted his feet firmly upon the ridge. The wind howled around him, whipping his cloak against the rock. Fawkes soared overhead, releasing a piercing note that scattered sparks of golden fire through the storm. The sparks struck the soul creatures, halting their advance for a breath, but only for a breath. A different tremor rippled through the earth, stronger this time, accompanied by a sharp cracking echo from above. Dumbledore looked up. A sheet of snow and ice dislodged from the cliff towering over the ridge. There was no time to dodge, no time to leap to safety. The avalanche thundered down in a torrent, crushing air and sound alike. Instinct surged through Dumbledore. He shielded the phoenix with both arms, braced his wand downward, and conjured a dome of force just as the white wave struck. The impact roared like a dragon's breath. Snow hammered the barrier, pressing down with crushing weight. The ridge trembled wildly beneath his feet. Fawkes dove into the dome at the last instant, folding his wings around his elder kin. When the avalanche passed, the world was muffled beneath a thick blanket of white. Dumbledore gasped for breath, sweat stinging his eyes despite the cold. The barrier had held, but only barely. He dispelled the weakened magic and pushed himself upright. The phoenix in his arms fluttered feebly, still alive, but fading faster now. The soul creatures had not been buried. Their shadowy forms seeped through the snow like water through cloth, rising once more along the slope. The avalanche had only delayed them, and Dumbledore was running out of options. He moved as quickly as the narrow ridge allowed, but it led only to a broken span, its far end sheared off by centuries of erosion. The drop below plunged into swirling mist, concealing jagged rock. Crossing was impossible. A faint sound rose from the storm behind him. A footstep. Human. Dumbledore turned sharply. Tom Riddle emerged from the shadows of the storm, climbing the ridge with steady, deliberate steps. Snow clung to his dark hair and cloak, but his eyes burned with cold clarity. He came to a halt several paces away, his wand held loosely at his side. "You cannot outrun them," Tom said, voice calm despite the chaos. "Those creatures are drawn to the phoenix's failing flame. As long as you keep it alive, they will hunt." Fawkes hissed, feathers flaring in warning. Dumbledore straightened. "You should not be here." Tom's gaze flicked briefly to the dying phoenix. "On the contrary, this moment, this chaos, is more valuable to me than anything the creature denied me." The soul creatures crept closer, encircling them on the ridge. Their forms flickered with restless hunger. Dumbledore lifted his wand once more. "If you intend to interfere..." Tom cut him off with a gesture. "I do not need to interfere. I only need to watch. What you protect is collapsing, and what collapses can be claimed." Another tremor shook the ridge. Snow fell in heavy sheets. The phoenix's ember dimmed dangerously. Dumbledore's eyes hardened. "You misunderstand the nature of this fire, Tom. It is not yours to wield, not through force, not through fragmentation, not through opportunistic cruelty." Tom's lips curved slightly. "All magic can be mastered if one is willing to pay the price." "And what price will you pay?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Tom's expression darkened. "Whatever is required." The soul creatures surged forward as one, a tide of shadow. Dumbledore reacted instantly. A surge of pure light burst from his wand, flaring across the ridge like the dawn breaking through night. The creatures shrieked, silent, agonized, and scattered into fragments of darkness. But the spell weakened the phoenix again, its flame trembling near extinguishment. Dumbledore staggered under the weight of contradiction. The magic needed to protect the phoenix threatened to damage it further. The magic needed to fend off the hunters fed their hunger in return. And Tom watched it all with calculating eyes. "Your protection destroys what you protect," he said, "a paradox you cannot escape." Dumbledore ignored him. He knelt, pressing a hand against the phoenix's crest, whispering a gentle charm of stability, words of warmth, of memory, of fire's right to rise again. The bird shivered, its ember fluttering like the last spark in a dying hearth. The ridge trembled again. A deep crack split the stone beneath their feet. Snow cascaded into the chasm below. The mountain was breaking. Fawkes cried out in alarm. The soul creatures regrouped, writhing into a single massive shadow that towered over the ridge like a storm-born giant. Tom stepped back, intrigued rather than afraid. Dumbledore rose with the phoenix in his arms, positioning himself between the bird and the monstrous shadow. He whispered, "Even fire born of death must be defended." Light shone around him, white, fierce, unwavering, despite the storm's fury. The shadow lunged, the mountain roared, and flame, darkness, and destiny collided upon the shattering ridge. The ridge shuddered beneath their feet as the shadow lunged, a torrent of darkness forged from fractured soul and ancient hunger. Its form rose and fell like storm-twisted smoke, stretching into claws, fangs, and terrible shapes that shifted with every heartbeat. Snow spiraled downward in frantic whirlwinds, caught in the gravity of the creature's emergence. The mountainside trembled, as though the land itself recoiled from the unnatural presence. Dumbledore stood firm, the wounded phoenix pressed against his chest, its ember heart flickering dangerously low. Fawkes circled above, trailing threads of gold across the storm-dark sky, preparing to dive at the slightest opening. The monstrous shadow loomed, blocking their escape in every direction. Its formless mass expanded, towering over the ridge like a living eclipse. Tom Riddle watched from several paces away, expression unreadable, cloak whipping around him like a midnight banner. He did not raise his wand to help, nor did he step forward to hinder. He merely observed, eyes sharp, intent glowing coldly, mind absorbing every detail of the phoenix's failing flame and the mountain's violent awakening. To him, this was not a battle. It was a revelation. The shadow surged. Dumbledore struck first. A shockwave of pure, radiant light burst from his wand, illuminating the ridge in brilliance brighter than the sun breaking through storm clouds. The shadow reeled backward, its form splitting into ragged ribbons of darkness that hissed and curled in agony. The force of the spell tore snow from the rocks, sending it swirling in blinding arcs. But the phoenix trembled in Dumbledore's arms. Its ember dimmed further. The blast of protective magic had strained what little strength it had left. "Hold on," Dumbledore whispered urgently. "Just a little longer." The shadow recovered, reforming into a single massive shape. Its presence pressed upon the air, suffocating and cold, as though every breath Dumbledore drew was stolen from him in return. The creature's silent roar shook the ridge, dislodging shards of stone that tumbled into the mist below. Fawkes dove sharply, releasing a piercing cry that split the storm. Flames burst from his wings, living fire, brilliant and fierce, striking the shadow's midsection. The creature convulsed as the golden fire cut through it, leaving gashes that glowed like molten wounds. Yet even then, the shadow did not die. It split, dividing into 3 smaller forms, each swirling with ravenous intent. Dumbledore's stomach tightened. The creatures fed upon instability, drawing strength from the weakening of the phoenix's rebirth. As long as the bird hovered near death, they would multiply endlessly. Tom stepped closer, snow crunching beneath his boots. "If the phoenix cannot protect its cycle," he said calmly, "then this land will reshape itself around its absence. These creatures are merely the beginning." Dumbledore did not look at him. "This is not the time." Tom's voice remained cold. "Every time is the time for understanding." The 3 shadows advanced. Dumbledore spread his feet, bracing himself. The ridge shook again, trembling as cracks widened across its surface. Snow cascaded downward in thick sheets. The sky groaned with distant thunder, though no storm cloud birthed it. The mountain's heart was waking. The largest shadow struck. Dumbledore conjured a spiraling ward of shimmering force that enveloped him and the phoenix like a cocoon of stars. The impact rattled the barrier, sending ripples of magic across the ridge. Fawkes swooped in again, burning 2 of the shadows with radiant bursts of flame. They shrieked without sound and dissolved into wisps. But the 3rd shadow slipped past. It swept toward the phoenix like a starving beast sensing its only prey. Dumbledore spun and cast a spell of blinding clarity, one that tore the darkness from the air and impaled it with a spear of brilliance. The shadow screamed, convulsed, and dissolved. Yet the phoenix's flame dimmed even further. A moment more, and the ember would die. Dumbledore staggered, panting, frost forming on his beard and robes. The ridge trembled harder, splitting beneath their feet. Fawkes landed beside him, chest heaving, flames flickering weakly at the edges of his wings. Even the younger phoenix struggled under this unnatural storm. Tom watched with unwavering interest. His eyes lingered on the dying creature, on the collapse of the land's ancient enchantments, on the raw, primal forces stirring beneath the surface. Even weakened, he murmured. Its death would unleash a surge of magic, unlike anything recorded. Dumbledore glared at him. Its death would unmake this mountain, and much more. Power rarely comes without price. This is not power, Dumbledore said harshly. This is catastrophe. Tom's lips curved, a ghost of a smile. Catastrophe is simply power unclaimed. Before Dumbledore could respond, the ground beneath them split open with a thunderous crack. A jagged fissure tore across the ridge, splitting it into two uneven halves. Snow and stone plunged into the abyss below. Dumbledore stumbled backward, clutching the phoenix tightly. Fawkes leapt into the air, wings beating furiously as he fought the rising gale. The ridge shrank, shrinking further as stone crumbled away. Then a new presence rose from the fissure. Not shadow, something deeper, older. The air turned heavy, pulling breath from lungs, warmth from flesh, magic from the earth. A soft, eerie glow radiated from the chasm, pale blue and alive with shifting runes etched into the stone far beneath the snow. Tom inhaled sharply. The mountain's core. Dumbledore's eyes widened. This should not be exposed. The core was the ancient wellspring that fed the phoenix's rebirth. A reservoir of elemental fire and primordial magic that had lain dormant, protected for centuries by the phoenix's steady cycle. But now, with the creature weakened and its rebirth disrupted, the core awakened. And it was hungry. Spirals of pale flame rose from the chasm, curling upward like serpents made of cold fire. They struck the remaining shadows, consuming them instantly. Their forms screamed silently as they disintegrated. But the core fire did not stop. It turned toward the phoenix. "No!" Dumbledore shouted. The cold flames surged. Fawkes dove between them, shielding the wounded phoenix with his own body. The core fire struck Fawkes, yet instead of burning him, it passed through, drawn toward the faltering ember within the older bird. A sudden understanding struck Dumbledore like lightning. "The core seeks to complete the cycle," he whispered. "It is trying to rekindle the rebirth." But the process was brutal, wild, uncontrolled. The phoenix's body shook violently, feathers scattering in sparks of dying flame. Dumbledore felt the creature slipping away in his arms. He pressed his own magic forward, trying to steady the process, to guide the core fire gently. But guiding ancient magic was like trying to cradle a storm. The phoenix convulsed, fire burst from its feathers, the ridge crumbled further. Tom watched, eyes wide not with fear, but awe, as the core fire reached its peak, swirling around the dying phoenix like a vortex of rebirth and destruction intertwined. "The cycle is collapsing," Tom whispered, "or transforming." Dumbledore shouted over the roaring wind, "Tom, help me anchor the rebirth." Tom's eyes narrowed, calculating, torn between ambition and an instinct he refused to name. He raised his wand. For the first time that night, he cast a spell not for power, but to keep the mountain from ending. The mountain roared like a waking beast as the core fire spiraled higher, weaving itself around the dying phoenix in a vortex of pale blue flames. The light illuminated the broken ridge in ghostly brilliance, revealing every crack, every trembling stone, every fragment of ancient magic unraveling into the storm. The wind howled with fierce abandon, as if summoned by the very heart of the earth. Dumbledore stood upon the crumbling ledge, boots slipping on shifting gravel. The phoenix clutched tightly to his chest. Its ember heart flickered so faintly that it seemed but a memory of fire. Fawkes hovered beside him, wings spread wide, singing a song of desperate encouragement, warm, haunting, luminous. Yet even the younger phoenix's brilliance was dwarfed by the violent force rising from the core. And then, at long last, Tom Riddle stepped forward, his wand lifted, tracing a pattern of sharp lines that sparked with dark brilliance. He did not disguise the hunger in his gaze. It burned like a second flame within him. But for this moment, he directed that hunger outward, into the storm of magic threatening to unmake the mountain. A beam of silver shot from his wand, its strength extraordinary for one so young. It wrapped itself around the swirling core fire, slowing it, narrowing it, forcing its violent pull into a more focused current. Dumbledore seized the opening. With one hand pressed firmly against the Phoenix's breast, he thrust his wand into the heart of the spiral and channeled a countercharm of ancient origin, one designed not to resist fire, but to guide it. A luminous arc of golden light wove itself into Tom's silver thread, the two magics intertwining in the air like the strands of a braided river. For a moment, one breathtaking, impossible moment, their powers harmonized, silver and gold, darkness and light, shadow and dawn. The core fire responded, drawn between the two wizards' opposing forces. It narrowed into a single stream that plunged into the Phoenix's failing ember. The impact struck like a thunderclap. The Phoenix's body arched violently in Dumbledore's arms. Feathers disintegrated into glowing ash. Fire burst from beneath its wings, consuming the cloth Dumbledore had conjured. Fawkes cried out again, this time in triumph tinged with pain. Tom staggered backward, but he did not lower his wand. His eyes shone with fierce fascination. He felt the Phoenix's rebirth through the mountain itself, a pulse of power that surged into his bones, setting every nerve ablaze. He tasted the raw, ancient fire he had tried to steal, and felt it reject him once more. Dumbledore grit his teeth, directing every ounce of will into the guiding spell. "Hold, Tom!" he shouted over the roaring wind. "Do not break the thread." Tom's jaw clenched. "I am holding it," he snapped, though the strain etched lines of pain around his eyes. "If the core turns wild again—" "It will not," Dumbledore said, voice fierce with certainty he did not entirely feel. "Not while we shape it together." Tom said nothing. The two wizards braced themselves against the rising surge. The Phoenix's chest cracked open, not with blood, but with fire. A column of flame erupted skyward, not gold, not red, but white-hot, pure as the first spark of creation. It struck the heavens with such force that the clouds split apart, revealing a patch of night sky deep and clear as obsidian. The mountain fell silent. The wind held its breath. Time itself seemed to pause. And then, slowly, beautifully, the fire drew inward. The blaze curled around itself, folding into a sphere of perfect light. Feathers reformed within the glow, tiny at first, then lengthening, brightening, shimmering with colors no mortal eyes had ever witnessed. The outline of a bird grew inside the sphere, radiant and reborn. When the last ember of the fire dimmed, the light cracked like an eggshell. A young phoenix emerged. Its plumage blazed with shifting hues: sunrise gold, deep ruby, soft blue, and pale silver, as though every color of flame lived within its feathers. It opened its eyes, and the warmth that poured from them washed over the ridge like the first breath of dawn. Dumbledore exhaled, bowing his head in reverence. Fawkes trilled joyfully, circling the reborn bird. Tom Riddle stared, breath caught in his chest. For a moment, awe slipped through his expression. True awe, unguarded, unmasked. The rebirth was magnificent beyond anything he had imagined. The power of it, the purity, and the denial. Because though he had helped channel the fire, though he had touched the edge of the ancient magic, the Phoenix looked past him, past his outstretched hand, past the hunger burning in his eyes. It flew instead to Dumbledore, landing upon the old wizard's arm, choosing him again. And Tom's awe curdled. The reborn phoenix lowered its head to Dumbledore, a gesture of profound trust. The warmth emanating from the creature restored the equilibrium of the mountain itself. The tremors ceased. The shadows fled. The core fire retreated back into the depths below, sealing itself with a final spiral of light. The ridge held steady once more. Tom lowered his wand. His voice was very soft. "It should have chosen me." Dumbledore turned toward him, sorrow deepening the lines on his face. "Magic chooses those who protect its balance, not those who covet its throne." Tom's expression hardened. "You believe that fate has cast me aside?" "I believe," Dumbledore said quietly, "that you have cast aside every hand fate extended toward you." The young wizard's jaw tightened. Snow gathered on his shoulders, melting instantly in the residual warmth of the phoenix's fire. He stared at the creature, bright, reborn, magnificent, and something in his eyes fractured. A promise, a wound, a vow forged not in humility, but in defiance. "This is not the end," Tom whispered. "One day, fire will bend. And one day," Dumbledore answered gently, "you will understand why it never should." Their gazes locked, silver and blue, cold and warm, shadow and light. The mountain wind swept between them, stirring their cloaks, carrying the scent of ash and rebirth. Tom turned suddenly. He walked away from the ridge, silent as falling snow. He did not stumble, though his body still shook with the remnants of core fire. He did not glance back, though the phoenix's light trailed him like a fading memory. His steps were sure, steady, resolute, a path set, a destiny darkening. Dumbledore watched him go until the storm swallowed his silhouette. Then he turned to the reborn phoenix, lifting it gently into the crook of his arm. "Come," he murmured, "let us leave this place." Fawkes flew at his side as Dumbledore descended the quieted mountain. 3 figures silhouetted against the faint glow of dawn returning to the sky. Behind them, the ridge lay still. No tremor, no shadow, only the echo of ancient flame. And in the depths of the mountain's core, far below where no wizard could walk, a faint mark remained, an imprint left by a young man who had touched forbidden fire, a harbinger of the darkness he would one day unleash upon the world. Thus ended the night of the Phoenix's rebirth, and thus began the long shadow that would follow Tom Riddle for the rest of his days.
Thank you.